Tune in this Saturday morning right here on AM 950 from 7 to 8 a.m. for the Gardening with Joy and Holly radio show. We'll be discussing the world of bread and bread flour, as well as 4 things that we have stopped or have never done in the garden and why. Our guest is popular gardening magazine columnist, aka the Grumpy Gardener. Steve Binder will be with us, and we'll answer your garden questions. That's all this Saturday morning from 7 to 8 a.m. right here on AM 950. Catch the replay Sunday mornings from 7 to 8 a.m.
Tune in for Philosophy Talk, the program that questions everything.
Except your intelligence.
Coming up, the 2022 Dionysus Awards.
For the most thought-provoking movies of the past year.
Can any movie redeem 80 years of questionable ethics?
Is there any bridging the gap between appearance and reality?
Are human beings fated to be fallible?
Can an existentialist hero overcome patriarchal domination?
The Dionysus Awards. Next time on Philosophy Talk.
Every Sunday at 8 a.m. on AM 950.
I'm Candy Brothel, publisher of the Twin Cities edition of Natural Awakenings magazine and host of Green Tea Conversations, a new show for people who are on a journey to take responsibility for their health and play a more active role in their family's well-being. Join me every Sunday at 10 a.m. as I interview local experts who share the latest in natural holistic approaches in a fun and informative way. So grab a cup of tea and join the conversation as we awaken to natural health. Visit us at naturaltwincities.com.
Hi, this is Chad from AM 950. Snap Construction is arguably the most well-reviewed roofing, siding, window, and insulation contractor in the metro. Ryan is so excited about working with AM 950 and our listeners that he wants to help us grow.
This is Ryan, owner of Snap Construction. I was friends with Chad long before I started marketing with him. I was a bit skeptical of radio advertising before Chad convinced us to run ads. The advertising's been so successful, we want to help the station grow. We've absolutely loved working with the listeners of AM 950, and we all know how extremely important this radio station is to the community. To help AM 950 grow this summer, Snap Construction will be putting up proceeds to assist the station in marketing on social media. Snap Construction encourages you to follow, engage, share, and interact on the AM 950 social media platforms. Together, we can all work to ensure AM 950 continues to thrive and grow in our communities. We stand by our work with a lifetime craftsmanship guarantee. For a free estimate or more information on our financing, call 612-333-SNAP or check us out online.
Being a true American means more than just baseball, blue jeans, and rock and roll. Being an American also means taking responsibility. So if you're a man turning 18, do your part. Register with Selective Service. It keeps you eligible for college loans, government jobs, and job training. Plus, it's the law. To register, log on to www.sss.gov or pick up a Selective Service registration card at any post office. Be a man and register.
Portions of the following program may be pre-recorded.
Good morning, and welcome to Connections Radio Show, where we talk about ideas that matter. I'm glad you've made the connection and are with us today. I'm Laurie Fitz, your host, and the goal of our show is to explore a wide range of topics that challenge us to see ourselves, our community, and the world around us in ways that get us thinking, get us talking, get us imagining, get us connected, and perhaps inspired or challenged to do just a bit more because we've made the connection. So our topic today is the power of story, how it reveals what matters and how it connects us to ourselves and to others. And my co-host is Rick Bernardo. Rick is an ethicist, a teacher, an advocate, a writer, a musician, a comedian, and he lives his life finding connections and exploring ways of living grounded in ethics. Welcome, Rick.
It's me some of the time. That's me. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. And Rick, you've brought a guest.
I did. He's right over here. His name is Lauren Nimi. And I met Lauren. One of his many hats he's worn over the years is executive director of In the Heart of the Beast Theater, which is a gem with many gemstones within. But let me say a little more, because I keep learning about Lauren as well, since I worked with him some years ago. Lauren Nimi, for 40 years, has been an innovative professional storyteller, all right, as well as many other things. He's been creating and collecting and coaching, directing, performing, and teaching stories, traditional and personal and funny, scary, erotic, and poetic, to audiences of all ages in urban and rural settings. And he tells life as he lives it, frequently, artfully, and truthfully. He's published as an author of a number of books, one of them the new book of plots on the use of narratives in oral and written forms. And he's co-author with Elizabeth Ellis on the critically acclaimed Inviting the Wolf In, Thinking About Difficult Stories. It's on the value and necessity of stories that were hard to hear and harder to tell. So his recent book is A Breviary for the Lost, just out. You can find it on Amazon, very easy to find. And he founded also the American School of Storytelling. He's also, I didn't know this until just recently, 1998 Bush Foundation Leadership Fellow and a recipient of the 2016 National Storytelling Network's Lifetime Achievement Award. That keeps racking things up. Hi, Lauren. Yeah.
Lauren, your new book, A Breviary for the Lost, Poems from During and After. I went and I looked up what breviary meant. And it's a book containing the service for each day to be recited by those in orders in the Roman Catholic Church. And then there's always that little sentence afterwards to kind of help you understand what it means, which I thought was particularly interesting. And it goes, a book containing all daily psalms, hymns, prayers, lessons necessary for reciting. I like that. But the little sentence that they used was essentially, it's a man. Oh, here it is. He was a man who collected bones and breviaries. A man who collected bones and breviaries.
Well, yeah.
Where was that?
It was under the Webster and
definition.
Under the definition, they give like a little sentence, and I'm like, bones and breviaries, and I thought that must be what his book is: bones and lessons for the days.
Wow.
And you have in the title. From then and now, is it? Or how do you...
From during and after.
So tell me about that.
So the during was the 7 years I was a member of the religious order, Christian Brothers, a Catholic teaching order. And the after is after they tossed me out for... the joke I always tell is I was a member for religious order. Poverty, celibacy, obedience. I was good at one of them, and that was the one that got me tossed out.
Oh, darn.
Or as someone said in the review committee that actually did the tossing, it isn't so much what you believe, it's that you keep saying it out loud.
Oh, geez.
So you learned early that the internal monologue that you felt more compelled to share, they had wanted to keep internal.
Well, what the essence is that I came down to poverty for me was a real thing. I was, at the time I was tossed out, I was working with other religious and non-religious with juvenile justice offenders living on basically $300 a month in food stamps. It's just, the teaching and the working with the poor was real in a way that I used to say to the brothers congregation, the suburban school and the golfing on weekends is not really poverty.
No. I found it interesting that you went into a religious order when you also say that your storytelling came when you began as a child fibber, but soon realized that you were less interested in telling lies than in improving the truth.
Yes.
So what does that mean for you?
Well, so from the perspective of having done many, many years of storytelling, what I understand is that every one of us brings to stories this incredible wealth, this incredible mess, this incredible set of things. And in order to really have the story function, in order for the story to be both truthful and artful, oftentimes it's a matter of what you strip away. It's a matter of not saying everything. It's a matter of some things the audience doesn't need to know. And
they can fill in the blank.
And they can fill in the blank, or, you invite them into a world. And in inviting into the world, you populate that world with enough details so they can orient themselves and so they can see where they are.
Wow.
So
I got to say, as from years of stand-up comedy, that is, when I watch it or do it, that is the most powerful. If you want to get if people are going to laugh, they'll laugh by knowing, making the connection. Speaking of Connections Radio, I mean, that if they do it themselves, there's no stopping the laughter or sometimes the tears, depending on what.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Wow.
So with that, why don't we have you share one of your poems, Walking to the Highway? And this one, I believe you wrote in 1965.
Yeah, this is one of the first ones. This is from the novitiate, right? So when you enter the religious order, the very first year is called the novitiate, and it's a fundamental formation. Walking to the highway. After we had all the silence we could choke down with the meat and potatoes, after the stacking of the dishes the uncomplaining Mexican nuns would wash, we would walk to the highway, down the hill across a bridge, a full mile to the road and another back. I don't know where he got them from, but one night Marty J. had cigarettes handed out for any taker and joyfully lit when we were out of sight. A savored sharing while we joked like the teens we actually were instead of whomever we were supposed to be after taking vows and robes. Summer heat, winter cold, it made no difference whether it was light or dark, tramping with or without gloves and coat. I welcomed the ritual. I was thinking more than once that when I got to the road, I'd stick out my thumb and climb into the first 18-wheeler that stopped. Thinking is not doing. Crush the butt underfoot and turn back on the gravel path, over the bridge, up the hill, deaf to the complaint's voice, under dim stars, imagining tomorrow would be different, that it would be the day I would pack, or find a reason to stay.
Was each day a decision for you?
Not every day, but certainly many were.
Uh-huh.
And I started with a class of 36. By time we took our first vows at the end of a year, we were 16. By time I graduated from college, we were 8. If I were to look at that group today, there's only one left who's still a religious. And I went to the funeral of one of the other ones last year. So, it is, the religious life is not for everyone. And the reasons one embraces or rejects it or is rejected by it are multitude. And particularly in that time, in the late 60s, some people were leaving the religious order because the church was not liberal enough, fast enough, and other were leaving because the church was too liberal, too fast.
It couldn't win, could it?
No, and the church, well, I won't go into the church.
But you found a place there. I mean, you were drawn to it.
I was drawn to it, yes. I was drawn to the sense of community. I was drawn to the fact that almost everybody who I went to class with, who had been in the Brothers with me, were intellectually sharp, articulate, committed to something. Those things were tremendously appealing.
And there was social justice. You worked
there. Well, yeah. I certainly I have worked all of my adult life. I have been between two poles. On one side is art, and on the other side is community building or politics, depending on how you want to define that. And I've often or always either done both or gone from one to the other, back and forth. So,
well, today we'll be hearing more of our poems by Laura Nimi. To get his book, you can go to Amazon. And I noticed that I could get it next day with my Prime membership. So keep that in mind, folks. It is The Breviary for the Lost, Poems from the During and After. And we're going to be able to listen to a trajectory of time, dipped in various poems. Each segment will have a poem that we'll have a chance to share about. So stay with us. We'll be back after a few commercials and join Rick Bernardo and I with a conversation with Lauren Nemi.
Turn to Auto Technical with your vehicle donation. Even though Auto Technical is a small nonprofit, we have helped more families with transportation than any organization in Minnesota. Since '94, we have reconditioned donated vehicles so they have a higher tax benefit. Call Richard at 612-919-5526, 612-919-5526, or autotech.org.
Hi, this is Paul Metza. Thanks for listening to the Wall of Power Radio Hour for the last 5 years on AM 950. We air every Saturday night at 6 p.m. We have artists, musicians, private detectives, politicians, and more. On AM 950, the progressive voice of Minnesota.
How have you been sleeping? I'm Dr. Inel Rosario from Andros ENT and Sleep Center, an independently owned clinic helping Minnesotans live and sleep better. We are experts at treating ear, nose, and throat issues and are equipped with an audiology and sleep center. Take the first steps to a better night's sleep and better health. Online at androsent-sleep.com. That's androsent-sleep.com. Or call 651-888-7800.
Hey, it's Patrick for Zero Res. How much do you love your home? If you are anything like me, you know that your house is so much more than just a place to keep your stuff. It's where I can unwind with my favorite meal and a game on TV after a long day at the studio. If you love your home as much as I do, then you know there is only one cleaning company to trust with your carpet, tile, upholstery, area rugs, air duct cleaning, and more. And that's my cleaning heroes at Zero Res. If you haven't tried out Zero Res or it's been months since your last deep clean, then now is the time to call. Right now, when you mention the AM 950 special, you can get your entire home Zero Resified from a Twin Cities #1 carpet cleaner and get 20% off your entire cleaning service. This 20% off end of summer deal is the best you're going to see, so act now. Call right now, 952-ZERO-RES, or book online anytime at ZeroResMinnesota.com and save 20% off all cleaning services. Zero Res, backward or forward, spells the same.
Think your company's safe? Your staff is working from home, right? As I speak, cyber criminals are mounting attacks across the country. Remember, when we're weakest, cyber criminals attack. Hi, Mark Sommerfeld from Rymark. The Rymark team is guiding our clients through these difficult times. In fact, demand has been so high, we created an easy-to-follow guide. It's yours free. Download our 5 steps to securely work from home now at rymarkit.com or call 651-328-8900 for a no-cost how-to discussion.
Welcome back to Connections Radio, where we talk about ideas that matter. And today we're talking about the power of story, how it can reveal relationship to ourselves and how we connect to others. My co-host is Rick Bernardo. Welcome, Rick.
That's me.
And you've brought a wonderful guest, Lauren Nemi.
Lauren Nemi. He's a poet, author, professional storyteller, and a professional and organizational, easy for me to say. He's an organizational consultant. Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
You were going to mention something after our conversation as we were talking with Lauren about the religious order that he was in.
Right. We just heard Walking to the Highway, the poem, and he was talking about his initial phase of religious community life. And it just struck me how powerful the sense of community can be, especially in that sort of a focused environment. And it can be really different. But regardless, there is this word used in that sort of life called formation. Because you're forming somehow. And I think that's always happening, but they're a little more deliberate in those settings. I spent only 5 years in a 3-year master's program in theology. So I was around Franciscan and Jesuit and Dominican seminaries and all of that. But that was a different phase in Berkeley where it was more like living in the MASH television series. It was just really, talk about liberal. It was just people saving people on the street, but also having parties on the roof and almost falling off. So, but anyway, very different, but I'm still being formed to this day. And just to indicate that that's always happening, I think, to people.
I'm wondering if stories is part of forming. On your website, you talk about how you tell stories, and whatever you do, it's all stories. It's your life work.
Yeah. Well, one of my favorite quotes comes from Joseph Campbell, where he says, a dream is a private myth, and a myth is a public dream.
Whoa.
So it is all stories. I mean, what is the basis of religion? What is the basis of history? What is the basis of politics? What is the basis of economy? The story we tell, which is the story of capitalism, is a powerful story in terms of shaping how the world works. But it is, in essence, a story. We could just as easily tell another story and have it justify another system. That's what mythology does. It provides us a framework for understanding the world.
In the Amazon, when they talk about your book, The Breviary for the Lost, it talks about prayer, that poems are like prayers.
Right.
What is a prayer if not acknowledgement of one's relationship to the divine?
Yep.
Is a prayer a story?
It can be. It can be. The question that arises with prayer is whether or not it is a repeated ritual formula, right? Something like, if you're Catholic, the rosary, or if you're Buddhist, the beads or the flags, but or whether or not it is a particular voice inside oneself or made external, in which one looks at one's relationship to the divine, or to the unknown, or to crisis, or to grace, or to blessing.
So is a poem a prayer?
Oh, well, there are people who would question whether or not that is the case reading Bukowski, but yes, a poem is a prayer.
And you have in your next poem that you were going to share with us, you have End of the Road, and this one was in 1972.
Yep.
Set up a little bit what was happening for you in 72.
So at that, I graduated college in 1970, and I went to Appleton, Wisconsin to teach at a Catholic high school where I taught art and co-taught cultural studies, and had a number of adventures, including I had one class of students where the only way you could get into the class was you had to be thrown out of other classes and go to the principal, and the principal had to walk you down to my office and say, "Here's one for you." And so I had.
Did anyone try to misbehave so they could get into your class?
Once they found out what the class was, yes.
So you sort of created havoc.
Right, because the class was about filmmaking. All right, and so I had these kids making films about their lives, and it was. For them, it's like one of the most beautiful images I remember is this little Super 8 film in which the monster is the vacuum cleaner, and you see the old style vacuum cleaner, long
Kirby,
right, rising up and coming closer and closer to the lens of the camera, and it's kind of like you've studied, you know it, kid.
It's scary.
Yeah, exactly. Every cat's worst nightmare. So. But after that, I went back to Winona to work with juvenile justice offenders, and so I was working with a number of people. One of them is a guy by the name of Gregory Hansis, who I dearly love, who's no longer with us. He's passed on, but Gregory was the first to arrive, and he found us a place to live, and that's sort of what the setup of the poem is.
Please,
So, End of the Road. We lived at the end of the road where the bus and the milk truck turned around rather than plunged down a rutted gravel path. That is the short way to the valley. We lived in a house at the end of its days, The insulation, if there ever was any, long gone, and a single wood heating stove in the kitchen, unable to keep more than that room warm. We lived in the kitchen with the summer fly strip hanging from the single electric light. The table was for eating, for writing, for reading, for making the model of the universe Gregory worked on all winter. We lived with the end of money, the end of work, and for myself, the end of expectations about tomorrow. And yet, the day when I was thrown out, I thought to myself, I was finally right where I needed to be.
And that was the end of religious life.
The end of religious life, yeah, right.
So a crossroads?
It, yeah, not, oftentimes I'm asked, you know, how did I feel about it? And the answer is that, frankly, I was actually quite angry for a long period of time. Because, well, again, you know, essentially I was tossed out as a result of doing what I considered to be, and what a lot of other people consider to be, the essence of the religious work.
Yeah.
You know, so
that's a personal integrity when it faces that sort of thing. It really is I would say, a justified anger.
Well, it's part of your soul, your soul commitment. But you found other routes to create that justice.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you know, I mean, as I say in a couple of poems, and as I've said in other contexts, you know, just because the title was gone, the work was not.
Right. And we'll hear more about that with the next poem that Lauren will be sharing. We do a little bit of a fast forward in the next segment to 2018, I believe, right? Is that
yes?
Yes, we'll be going to 2018. But before we go to 2018 in the next segment, we'll have Lauren fill in the trajectory from the time that he was at that crossroads to the next poem. So stay with us. Stay with Lauren Nemi, who has just finished writing a wonderful book that is available on Amazon, and I highly encourage you. And if you are a Prime member, you can get it tomorrow. So, you know, pick, and they deliver on Sundays. And that's a breviary for the lost, poems from the during and after. We'll be right back.
Summer is going fast, but Next Chapter Booksellers has everything you need to keep up with your summer reading. From the hottest new titles to timeless classics, Next Chapter Booksellers has something for any taste. Their friendly staff are great at making recommendations for the perfect summer read for you or your loved ones. Plus, Next Chapter Booksellers has a wide variety of puzzles and games for those rainy days. So keep up with your summer reading at Next Chapter Booksellers off Snelling and Grand in St. Paul. More at nextchapterbooksellers.com.
Hey, Cudahy, this is Robert Pilot of Native Roots Radio presents I'm Awake. On our show, we talk about Native issues like treaties, protecting Mother Earth, and holding our elected officials accountable. Weekly correspondents like Dr. Stately, State Senator Mary Kunesh, Robert Lilligren, and Bob Blake update us with Native news that you won't hear anywhere else. Native issues are human issues, and human issues are Native issues. Listen weeknights from 6 to 7 p.m. on AM 950, the progressive voice of Minnesota.
Crooner's Supper Club is back after an exciting renovation. Enjoy a delicious dinner, fabulous cocktails, and music from top-name local and national artists in the newly renovated Crooners, with its new dining room and bar, Maggie's Lounge, expanded seating in the main stage, and updated COVID safety measures. Located just north of 694 off Highway 65, make your next night out with Crooner's Supper Club, a little piece of old-school nightlife in the 21st century. More at croonersmn.com.
Hey, Minnesota, I'm Rick Smith, host of The Rick Smith Show, and I want to hear from you. Call in, be heard at 1-866-416-RICK. That's 1-866-416-7425 as we focus on the issues most important to working America. The Rick Smith Show, where working people come to talk. Weeknights, 8 to 10 p.m. right here on AM 950 KTNF, the progressive voice of Minnesota.
The Merity family of companies serves seniors and people with a wide range of disabilities. We provide home health care, hospice services, and accessible rental housing. This is Mary T, and we'd like you to join us. We're hiring direct care professionals, CNAs, nurses, and other support services. Our mission is to provide quality, personalized services to meet the unique and evolving needs of the people that we serve. Join a Minnesota family-owned company that was founded on a history of care. Apply today at marytinc.com/careers.
Home ownership is one of the biggest financial commitments most of us ever make. So why not keep informed? Tune in each week, Sundays starting at noon, to the Twin Cities Real Estate Show, sponsored by Bricks Real Estate, here on AM 950. We will keep you up to date with Twin Cities real estate market trends, forecasts, tips for buying and selling, and much more. If you missed last week's show, you can catch us online anytime at TwinCitiesRealEstateShow.com.
They'll challenge your authority because that's what kids do. But this car is your territory. And in here, your word is law. So when you say you won't move until everyone's buckled up, you won't budge an inch until you hear that click. Never give up until they buckle up. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council. For more information, visit safercar.gov/kidsbuckleup.
AM 950, the progressive voice of Minnesota.
Welcome back to Connections Radio Show. I'm Laurie Fitz, your host. And we have Rick Bernardo as my co-host. Welcome, Rick.
Hi, thanks.
And we have Lauren Nimi, who for the last 40 years has been an innovative professional storyteller, creating, collecting, coaching, directing, performing, teaching, consulting, and his life is stories.
That's right. All of that.
And you have many books, but you have a new book that just came out in June.
Yep. Breviary of.
Yep.
It's a yes or no.
No, a breviary for the lost. Yeah, right. Poems.
That was a setup.
I understand that. No,
that was a toss.
The June is what threw me off.
Oh,
because it actually came out in July.
Oh, did it? Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Right.
Amazon says June. So
Well,
I
and it's like I'm going, June. What book came out in June?
We didn't tell you.
So with that, it is a book of poetry that goes from the time that you were part of an order
Right.
to now.
Right.
And,
Yeah.
and it is a book of prayers, otherwise known as poems,
Right. It
that
is that.
allow you to.
I'm going to just let you keep.
Okay,
you're
all
on a
right,
roll,
all
so
right.
keep
I'm on a
going.
roll. You are also an award-winning storyteller, and you have had humanities awards. One of the things that I really enjoyed when we were talking about the show and preparing for it was you going up to northern Minnesota and collecting stories in bars for the humanities grants.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Now, do you consider yourself a ranger? Are you from the range?
I was born on the range,
Uh-huh.
So, they say you can take the boy out of the range, but you can't take the range out of the boy.
Yeah, betcha.
And I didn't actually believe that because I was born on the range, but I went to grade school in Albuquerque,
Oh,
New Mexico.
Okay.
Went to junior high school in Buffalo, New York.
Uh-huh.
Went to high school here in the Twin Cities. So, my experience of the range had been highly limited until I did that residency, until I did the humanities residency, at which point it became abundantly clear to me how much range is still there.
Is your family originally from the range? Is that part of growing up with parents that were from the range? So
My parents were from there, yeah, and aunts and uncles and cousins. Wow. I mean, at one point, I had cousins who, starting in Evelyn, Mountain Iron, Chisholm, Hibbing, Buell.
Oh my gosh.
Grand Rapids. It's
you covered the territory.
That's right. It's like any town you go to, there's either a cousin or there's someone who knows a cousin.
Or knows a friend of a friend that knows your cousin.
That's right. That's right. A woman one time who had seen me do a presentation at the Virginia Library saw me coming out of a barbershop where I got my hair cut, which happened to be the same barbershop my uncle Johnny got his hair cut. She told my cousin Nancy. My cousin Nancy told my Aunt Sadie. My Aunt Sadie called me up and said, "How's your haircut?"
That's the range.
That's the range. That's right.
And you were able to collect and they wanted you to collect the stories, which I just love. The idea of going up there and capturing it from that time period.
Well, it was, at that point, this was in 81, 82. We were at the height of the Boundary Waters controversy.
Yeah.
We were, the transition from a predominantly industrial to a predominantly tourist economy was well underway. And people, I mean, the fishing industry was suffering, the lumbering industry, the big timber had all gone. And so what was left was, pulp, paper making, and for mining, we were down to taconite. We were down to, many of the mines had gone out, and those that were left were huge.
And there had been an exodus, starting in the late 60s and 70s out of the area, the transition.
Yeah.
And was your family, you think, part of that exodus of?
Well, my family was part of my father was in a job where every time he got a promotion, he moved.
Yeah.
And so, which would actually, I consider this a great blessing, because I've spent most of my life coming into places as an outsider, as a keenly interested observer. So here we are.
So we've gotten you through the 80s. You have the 90s and the 2000s before we go to the 2018 poem. Tell me what was going on for you during those times.
So during much of the 90s, I was working a series of jobs. I was the executive director at L8 Park for a number of years, taking them through what was in the city of Minneapolis known as NRP, the neighborhood revitalization process. And in terms of L8 Park, the question was how to keep the community accessible to poor people, as opposed to, becoming a landing ground for high-rise apartments, and which you see the fruit of that now,
Yeah.
And then in 1998, I got a Bush Leadership Fellowship, and I went to Chicago to work with a guy by the name of David Hunt. Bless his heart. David Hunt was one of the people who created the Chicago Housing Trust, and he was a great believer in both community organizing and storytelling. And so he and I worked together for a number of years. Working with David meant that basically I traveled every week, fly out of Chicago, go someplace, do work, fly back, change suitcases, do laundry, fly out again, or work on various kinds of projects.
Business and politics, is that where?
That was almost entirely business and politics, right? Yeah. But story was central to it and grounded in it. As an example, we did a project in Indianapolis with 4 neighborhoods, and they were all competing for a big box store. And
sort of sad.
Well, what happened is, after we took them through the process and talked about, got them to identify stories of what in the community they valued, which kinds of businesses supported the community. 3 of the 4 neighborhoods said, never mind, we don't want the big box store. What we want to do is find ways of supporting the barber shop and the hair salon,
the local business that stays in the local area.
And
that
they began to pressure the city of Indianapolis to fund that kind of development, as opposed to let's clear 40 acres and put in a parking lot and a store beside.
Now, I know in policy work that I've been involved in for housing in particular, there's a counter narrative. There's a story in the background that has been developed by other interested parties with money that comes down to not in my neighborhood. We can't have affordable housing because that would mean this whole other set of stories that will kind of promote that maybe ain't so anyway, but it's a powerful counter
the infamous
story.
other.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It'll be dangerous. It'll be crime. It'll be this, but it's fostered. But narrative, just to chime in about that, man.
I love that they did not do the big box. My grandfather was a local grocer in the far end of Lake Minnetonka when it was, back then it was the time, but where people went to summer and vacation. and Mound was very strong about not wanting to have anything that was franchised. It was, they wanted their business and their business people.
Right.
And there's a heart to that.
Yeah.
So share with us now the poem LaGuardia and set it up a little bit for us.
So in 2018, it was one of those years where I was going to funerals every month. Some were family, some were people I had worked with, some were people I had been in the religious life with, but the persistence of death was very much on my mind. And so So here I am at LaGuardia. Waiting for a flight, I had a Caesar salad and a dry martini and wept as I actually tasted it. Or maybe it was my allergies or the fact that I'm going to die before I'm ready. Before every last I love you or holding close, no matter that we all face this end. I am counting the days, saying, there it is, like that grunt in Tim O'Brien's The Things They Carried, telling the newly arrived, you can't change what won't be changed. And death is one of those things. Yours, mine, ours. The only question worth asking is not where or when, but what did I bring to the world that made this life worth the living, worth the losing? Angie, the waitress, brought me a second vodka off the books, asking me if there was anything else that she could do to make my day better. And I replied, do you like working in Terminal C? She smiled and said her father thinks she's nuts serving strangers all day. But if food makes us happy, why shouldn't she bring that joy? And on hearing that, I added another $5 to her tip. This is what life has become for me, giving away that which has no value when the curtain falls.
I love that she's at Terminal C. We're all in different terminals, aren't we?
Right.
But and I also love that you look for the joy in that moment.
Oh yeah.
And what does it mean?
Oh yeah.
In our life trajectory as we get to this point and we want to give things away that aren't going to make any difference to us after we're gone.
Yeah.
So why not $5 more?
Yeah. Oh, really? Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
that poem has me aching a little bit. I mean, and it's in my heart. I can feel it. And but I also realize that any time I'm smiling, it's the same place that I can feel that. So it's it's just an amazing mix in that poem.
The other thing I find interesting is it's before COVID.
Yeah, it is before COVID. Right.
And
it
was a solemn place to be.
Right. Well, and COVID just, I did a thing a year or so ago. I was in 2021. For a number of years, I've been going down to New Mexico for any period of time. Sometimes just a few weeks, sometimes a couple of months. And in the fall of 2021, as things were beginning to open up, the Tortuga Gallery had a grief session for the pandemic, and I performed as part of that. And it was
I love New Mexico. It's a place I like to go. I used to go more regularly. I haven't in a while. The land of enchantment. I mean, I start in Albuquerque, go up to Santa Fe, then to Taos, and love to go to some of the powwows there as well. That they're enchanting and exciting, and those stories are very real and powerful too. Tell me about the grieving session. What was that?
Well, what's interesting is if you think about the pandemic, if you think about 1 million people dead, and we're at that or close to that now, the acknowledgement is always on an individual level. My loss, your loss, someone we know, but there's not really been a community loss, a sense of, there's not been any kind of ritual of grief for the larger frame. If you think about
like World War II, I mean, you have a large frame to that you can have an emotional reaction to the community of what was lost.
Right. Or if you think about the AIDS epidemic, the quilt became a communal experience of grief.
Right.
And the making of the quilt, the combination, contributing
and then
to it.
The touring.
Right.
So that it could be felt.
Right. Nobody has done something on that scale for the pandemic, in part because it's still here.
Yes.
And in part because so much of the loss has been very much personalized, and we don't quite know how to fill the gap. It isn't simply that someone died, but that they took with them a history, a relationship to the community. They took with them work,
They took their story.
Oh yeah.
And there's going to be an embarrassment if that collective loss is acknowledged, though, too, because there's a lot of irresponsibility that happened in high places. So that's another story.
I know we have to go to our next segment, but I do have one other question that I'll sneak in here. And it's a book that you wrote about the wolf.
Inviting the wolf in?
Inviting
Yes.
the wolf. Is that part of what we need to do with grieving, is inviting the wolf in?
There's certainly elements in that. The essence of inviting the wolf in is really saying to people, we have all these stories of difficulty, and we can choose to tell them from a sense of loss or from a sense of acknowledgement of guilt. And there's nothing wrong with acknowledging the guilt. It's the first step towards forgiveness.
And might that be part of what we haven't done with COVID, is acknowledge the guilt?
We haven't acknowledged the loss yet. So so it's hard
let's go for the loss first.
It's hard to get to the guilt without,
I like the word responsibility for all that. Guilt and shame don't have to be the same thing. But at least knowing did this happen or not?
Yeah, right.
It's a good start.
And with that, we'll tell more stories in our next segment. Our last segment, we'll go to 2022 for one of the last poems, and we'll have Lauren share in his masterful way the story of where we are now. So stay with us.
All right.
End-of-life decisions are not easy to make. Hi, I'm Mary T. of Mary T. Hospice Care. It's important to make sure that this difficult time is meaningful and comforting to you and your loved ones. Our hospice team provides an individualized program of physical, emotional, spiritual, and practical care so your loved one is comfortable and not in pain. At Mary T. Hospice, we understand that choosing the right hospice care provider can be overwhelming, but we're here to assist you. Learn more today at marytinc.com.
This is New Beginnings, hosted by award-winning broadcaster and speaker Freddie Bell.
Freddie, this generation of the baby boomers, people are living longer, so the baby boomers are taking care of elderly parents.
Let's talk about your health, and specifically, let's talk about Medicare. Our show features the concerns of America's 78 million baby boomers in employment, finance, health and nutrition, and even entertainment.
Join us for New Beginnings, Saturday mornings at 11, brought to you in part by Vision Loss Resources.
The Guthrie Theater presents Lynn Nonage's Pulitzer Prize-winning Sweat, playing now through August 21st. Sit in the heart of America's Rust Belt, Sweat follows a group of factory workers who enjoy beers together after hours, but the post-Y2K economy is changing. NAFTA is a new reality, and rumors about layoffs put friendships to the test. From the politically charged opening scene to its electrifying conclusion, Sweat confronts issues of race, immigration, deindustrialization, and the ever-slipping grip on middle-class life, all with humor and heart. Buy tickets at GuthrieTheater.org.
This is the Being Curious Show. I'm Brian Mariani, founder of No Shift Own.
And I'm Kelly Wagner, publisher of Edge Magazine. Our show is about curiously connecting teachers and seekers on a wide range of topics in a safe space.
And our intention is that these conversations spark your own curiosity that creates a life that totally lights you up.
We are on AM 950, Sundays at 2 p.m. and all podcast platforms. See you soon and stay curious.
Hi, Matt McNeil for Rudy Luther Toyota. I love the Toyota Sienna. It will help you conquer the family road trip vacation. The trick with long road trips is to not get exhausted, and I can personally vouch that the Toyota Sienna makes long road trips comfortable, roomy, relaxing, and a treat to drive. And considering it fits all your gear, the Sienna is a great base camp when you're out on a day's adventure. Highway driving, city driving, or country driving, it will be a memorable trip with the Toyota Sienna. Test drive the Sienna at Rudy Luther Toyota, 5 miles west of Minneapolis on 394.
Do you believe in ghosts? Ever wondered if aliens from other planets visit the Earth? Have you ever thought about whether Bigfoot is real? My name is Greg Bakken, and on my new show, Ghostbox Radio, we'll have these conversations about the paranormal, ufology, Bigfoot, or just the unusual, bringing together guests who are experts in these fields. Join me every Sunday at 4 p.m. for Ghostbox Radio with Greg Bakken on AM 950, even if you're a skeptic.
Welcome back to Connections Radio Show. I'm Laurie Fitz, your host. I have Rick Bernardo as my co-host today, and the masterful storyteller, Lauren Nemi, who's been sharing his poems and his life story, along with the poems he shared. Want to make sure that folks know how to get his book. It's a new book. It came out June, July, somewhere in there. Recently, it came out.
Recently, yeah. This summer.
This summer, it did come out. The Breviary for the Lost. You can get it on Amazon. And it is a beautiful book of poetry that can go from then to now and everything in between. And we've been hearing about Lauren's story. Now, Lauren, you also have a American School of Storytelling that you wanted to share with people.
Yeah. So, as a result of the pandemic, I created or as I sometimes identify myself, I'm the flounder of the American School of Storytelling, which was a response to the pandemic. So it's substantially online classes around various storytelling topics. So as an example, in September, I'm going to be teaching a 3-4 session class on an introduction to collecting family stories. And so the question, it's like, if you want to have mom or dad or grandparents, why didn't we get those stories? Well, this is how you do it. I'm going to show you, we'll tell you what kinds of equipment you need, how to go about it in a way that's painless or relatively painless. So, what to do with it afterwards.
That sounds so vital.
There are so many stories that we do lose when we lose someone.
Oh, yeah.
But sometimes it's asking the right questions, isn't it? So that you can have them be supported in their storytelling.
Yeah, right. And oftentimes, one of the things that I often say when we talk about collecting family stories is you actually wind up doing 2 interviews. There's the interview where you kind of encourage them. And then there's the second interview where you go back and you ask them to fill in the details because they've thought about details after they've told the story.
Smart.
So,
and then you can go back and then you can interweave and edit however you want to help create and craft the story.
Right. There's that contexting.
I've looked up the address, the website. It's, as it sounds, AmericanSchoolOfStorytelling.com.
Yep.
And you can learn about the classes that they have, as well as it's on Facebook. So check it out.
Right.
And I'm glad you started that.
Yeah.
So read us your poem.
All right. So this is the last poem in the book. That day comes again. Year after year, grief presides over the feast of memory, offering thin, sour soup and spilled milk. The calendar does not care nor lie, so don't look at it. Not looking will not change what was. Here, the field, there, the forest. This is the only photograph you kept to remind you of how long the path. Birth and death, with whatever is in between, a few short hours of happiness as place markers on a map of tears.
Thank you.
So tell me about your map.
So one of the things that I'm of an age where the death is a kind of a constant, and where the question becomes, what do you focus on? Do you focus on loss, or do you focus on joy? Or do you focus on compassion, or do you focus on injustice? And although focusing on injustice is valuable, in the long run, if it's the only thing you hold on to, it's detrimental. I spent over a decade working primarily with communities of color and immigrant communities on stories as advocacy, messaging stories, helping them engage in the civic process. And one of the things that became clear during that period of time was these deeply embedded stories of injustice that kept people from acting. It's like, well, let's put the injustice aside and say, what is possible now? What takes us one step closer to what you want?
And in 1 minute, is that joy?
It can be, certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's finding that one thing.
Yeah.
I have only 50 seconds left.
I'm just so aware that the whole stories move through all of that. And what I'm hearing is that how do we keep it moving?
And Lauren, we're going to invite you back because
okay.
we need to talk more. And I don't have enough with 30 seconds. So thank you for being here today. Thank you for sharing your poetry, your thoughts, allowing us to promote your wonderful book, and for giving us something to think about.
Okay. Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks, Lauren.
And stay with us next week here on Connections Radio Show, the progressive voice of Minnesota.
Eat Local Minnesota is a great way to find locally owned Minnesota restaurants and food purveyors. You'll find high-quality food and unique eating experiences with dishes from around the world. Just visit eatlocalminnesota.com for your next meal. Crooner's Supper Club is back after an exciting renovation. Enjoy a delicious dinner, fabulous cocktails, and music from top-name local and national artists in the newly renovated Crooners, with its new dining room and bar, Maggie's Lounge, expanded seating in the main stage, and updated COVID safety measures. Located just north of 694 off Highway 65. Make your next night out with Crooner's Supper Club, a little piece of old-school nightlife in the 21st century. More at croonersmn.com. Cafe Latte combines a cafe dining experience with gourmet quality food. Plus, you can still do online ordering and takeout along with gift cards. Just go to cafelatte.com and choose from their ever-changing selection of award-winning salads, sandwiches, and soups. Cafe Latte is located off Victoria and Grand and online at cafelatte.com.
The Tom Hartman Show. Now that's Smart Radio, AM 950, KTNF, St. Louis Park, Minneapolis, St. Paul, the progressive voice of Minnesota.
I'm Rick Smith, and this is Labor History in 2. On this day in labor history, the year was 1919. That was the day that stages across New York City went dark. Actors Equity went on strike against the Producing Managers Association. Up until that time, stage actors often faced poor working conditions. They had little protections from being fired, often had to pay for their own costumes, and were rarely paid for rehearsal time. Equity members decided to go on strike. They demanded rehearsal pay, an 8-performance week, and holiday pay. That night, 12 productions were canceled. One was called Lightnin'. Unable to resist the play on words, the cast members hired a bus with a banner reading, "Lightnin' Struck." The striking actors received support from the stagehands and musicians. On August 18th, a week-long series of benefit performances were put on for the striking actors, kicked off by a parade. W.C. Fields served as the MC. Actor Brandon Tynan adopted a speech by Mark Antony from Julius Caesar for the occasion. "Friends, brothers, sisters, countrymen, lend me your ears." Behind